We're working on our board book right now. You see several of us are kind of staring at our iPads right now. The board book, which is what we've been using for the last several months, we're having some technical issues on their end trying to bring it up. So in talking to our attorney who's subbing in for Aaron this morning, he said it's okay to kind of move around a little bit. So I don't know if everyone has a paper version of the agenda in front of you. If not, there's some outside that I think that we can bring. If you don't, I don't think everybody has a paper copy of the agenda. Yeah, I think Quentin's nice enough to go get that for us. Oh, okay. Maybe if you have to log off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Log back in. Try logging back in.
I'm in right now. Y'all in?
We just got it up.
Okay.
Got it? Okay.
Thank you, Quentin.
I know where this came from.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay. I've got it on mine. So sorry for that little. I mean, that was the quickest technical fit. That took 30 seconds. That was amazing. Thank you very much. Call to order again. Welcome. I'm Jason Dean. I'm the chairman of the State Board of Education. Welcome to our monthly board meeting. Today's January 16th, 2020. We're meeting in the Central High School building in Jackson, Mississippi. I will remind everyone to please shut off your cell phones or at least put them on silence for us, and that the board meeting is being live streamed. And we actually have lots of folks who tend to watch. So I would just ask every board member when you're talking, as awkward as it is, please talk into the microphone, because when you're back here like this, it doesn't pick it up, and the folks that are listening in have difficulty hearing you. So please talk into the microphone. With that, I will do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I ask Dr. Kelly to do our invocation. Please join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your continued goodness, your grace, and your mercy. We thank you for the joy that you bring to our lives and the pleasure of living and being a part of a strong democracy. As we start our deliberation today, we just pray, Father, that you'll be with us in every decision that we make. We pray for our country. We pray that you'll continue to bless our leaders. Our prayer is that you'll give them wisdom, understanding, and the challenges, help them to challenge with the challenges of leading. We pray that you'll give them all of the tools that they'll need to make good decisions for the country, for the state, for the municipalities and the counties that they serve. As board members, Father, we pray for that same wisdom, that we'll always do what is right for students and students' achievement in this state. Be with us and guide us in every decision that we make as we deliberate today. It is these and all things that we ask in your Son Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Next on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from the December 19th board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
The motion with the second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll move to the approval of the agenda, which you now have a paper and digital copy. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? If so, I'll entertain a motion to do so now. Not seeing any. Are there any items on the consent agenda that members would like to pull out for the discussion? If so, I'll entertain a motion to do so now. Okay. Not seeing any, then we'll need a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Any additional discussion? Hear none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries, and we have our agenda set. First order of business is our recognition ceremony.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes,
I'm in
sir.
order, we have a new distinguished colleague that some in the audience may not have met. I just had an opportunity to meet her.
Yep, I was
So-
going to save that for the chair's report, but
Oh, I'm
since we've done
sorry.
that now, Senator Collins has been appointed by Tate Reeves, now Governor Tate Reeves. to represent that large member. We welcome her. I can distinctly remember my first meeting in which I was appointed about 3 or 4 days before, and I came in and I very much felt like I was taking a sip of water from a fire hydrant. I mean, there's so much to take in and to know she's here. She's duly sworn in. We're going to reserve her formal introduction for our next board meeting, but welcome.
Thank
And
you.
thank you very much
It's
for
an honor.
your
Thank you.
your continued commitment to service. Thank you, ma'am.
Be here.
Okay, now recognition ceremony.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Dean, Dr. Wright, and board members. It is now my honor to present to you the board recognitions for the month of January. Today, we honor 2 schools earning national recognition for student achievement. The schools being recognized have been named National ESEA Distinguished Schools by the National Association of ESEA State Program Administrators. ESEA stands for Elementary and Secondary Education Act. The National ESEA Distinguished Schools Program recognizes qualifying federally funded schools for outstanding academic achievement and significant improvement among students. It also highlights schools that have successfully used their ESEA federal funds to improve the education for all students, including economically disadvantaged students. The program has been in place since 1996. Showcasing the success of schools in one of 3 categories, which are exceptional student performance and academic growth for 2 or more consecutive years, closing the achievement gap between student groups for 2 or more consecutive years, or excellence in serving special populations of students. Selected schools are invited to send a team to the National ESEA Conference in February to be honored as a recipient of this prestigious award. School representatives, when I call your school's names, you may come forward and join Dr. Dean and Dr. Wright at the front of the room. First is Oxford Elementary School. Oxford has distinguished itself for exceptional student performance and academic growth for 2 or more consecutive years. Oxford Elementary School is comprised of 65 staff members and 598 first and second graders. It has earned an A rating since 2016 due to the hard work and dedication of staff, students, and community members. With their students in mind, the school is driven by excellence, equity, service, support, and relationships, all of which foster the expectation of student growth and achievement inclusive to all children. Oxford Elementary recognizes the importance of early childhood education and the impact of having a high-quality education leading up to 3rd grade state assessments. Oxford Elementary, congratulations on this wonderful achievement. You are welcome to make remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. We are thrilled to be here today. On behalf of myself and the entire school, it is an honor to represent Oxford Elementary School and the Oxford School District as the National ESEA Distinguished School. I am joined here today with our amazing Federal Programs Director, Dr. Suzanne Liddell, as well as Ms. Tamara Hilmer, who is our Early Childhood Director and Reading Specialist, as well as the former principal of Oxford Elementary School. Ms. Hilmer did an amazing job beginning the expectation of student achievement and growth at Oxford Elementary School. And for the past year and a half, myself and the administrative team have been able to cultivate that expectation, basically by focusing on relationships and the art of reflection. The relationships and the reflections that we conduct and that we do at Oxford Elementary School are what drive every decision that we make, and we're changing lives because of it. The relationships among the staff and the students, the administration and the staff and the parents, as well as just the students among themselves. I think are what set us apart, and they're that make the difference, as well as the reflections that occur, the conversations that we have in PLC meetings that we have with students, among students, and then of course the communication that we really try to focus on with our staff and our parents as well, and our community members. This is really a privilege to be here today, being recognized as a Title I school that is able to promote student achievement and growth for more than 2 or more consecutive years is quite the honor. It is. We're very thankful, and we are excited to be here. We are excited to go with our colleagues from down south to Atlanta in February and to represent the state of Mississippi. We hope to do you proud, but we do want to thank you, Dr. Wright, and MDE for this recognition.
Next, we have Pass Christian Elementary School. It has distinguished itself for closing the achievement gap between student groups for 2 or more consecutive years. Other important accomplishments that led to this award are Pass Christian Elementary has shown significant improvement over the past 3 years, going from a C in 2017 to a B in 2018 and an A in 2019. The school increased 33 points in accountability this past year to become an A school. The prior year, the school increased 71 points to move from a C to a B. Its SPED subgroup exceeded the 2018-2019 state interim goal for students with disabilities in both ELA and math. Pass Christian Elementary has received Tier 2 certification as a positive behavior interventions and supports model site. In August 2019, the school implemented the house system to foster an environment in which all students and staff feel accepted, valued, and safe. The school prides itself in ensuring that it promotes ownership of accountability among both staff and students. The staff holds student-centered data chats to foster a growth mindset throughout the school. We congratulate the faculty and staff that helped make this student success possible, and you are welcome to make remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, I'm Haley Cuevas. I have the privilege to serve the children in Pass Christian as principal of Pass Christian Elementary School. I have with me today Ms. Frida Dito, one of our stellar teachers who was able to attend. I'm also joined by Dr. Carla Evers, our superintendent, Mrs. Patty Cooper, our chief academic officer, and Ms. Melissa Socha, our federal programs director. We're very, very excited, just as our friends from Oxford State. It's truly a privilege and an honor. But I have the privilege to stand before you to accept an award that the children and the teachers in my building earn. So I wish that you could have a glimpse of how awesome they are. We brought a small picture of that today. Ms. Dito said, Ms. Cuevas, I can't miss school. It'll be okay for one day. One day, please come join. We too are working very hard with a growth mindset to not only engage our students, but to empower them in their education to take part of that. And if you think children do not have an opinion about their education, think again, because we have second graders who are sitting in meetings with us and driving those data conversations, and it's powerful. It's very powerful when they sit at the table and tell you what they think they can do and what they need from us. So it's a very exciting time. It's truly an honor for us as well to go. So thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you to the board for this recognition. I can't tell you how excited I am for our children because it's amazing. What we do every day is amazing. And they were excited to find out about this recognition, and closing that gap for 2 years is a huge compliment to the work that the teachers do every day. So thank you.
This concludes this month's board recognitions.
Thank you. We'll move to the report of the state superintendent.
Good morning, and thank you. I was thinking back when I was a principal, when we had the big celebrations for schools, it sounds like an ice cream party is due, right? That's the one thing that always incentivized elementary children. Tell them anything is coming up, something big, give them an ice cream party. So congratulations to both of you. This has been well, between the holidays, it's been a little bit slower than it was before the holidays. Let me put it that way. We finished up our tours of excellence just this past week, and we went through Union, Enterprise, and Hancock. And your video, your spotlight, I've not seen yet, but it is a compilation of all of the pieces that we put together from all 31 tours. So I think you're going to enjoy that. I did speak at the Alliance for Nonprofits and Philanthropy. These are two organizations that have united. You've heard me before mention the Mississippi Association of Grant Makers. Well, that organization folded in with the Alliance, I think, for Nonprofits, so they're both working together. And it gave me a chance to really tell our story and share our results. There was probably 70 or 80 people, either from nonprofits or philanthropy in the room, and people were excited. I think it was, you can't tell the story enough, I've finally decided, because even when you think you're telling it to people that already know it, people are still very surprised by our amazing results. So that was really good. And yesterday, we hosted a team that came from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. They had heard obviously about our results and our story. Their superintendent happens to be a Broad cohort member of mine, and so she reached out and said, would you mind if I sent my team down? So I want to hats off to my elementary team for taking a whole half day with them yesterday, and they said they left with every piece of resource we gave them. So they probably brought an extra suitcase, because when I walked in to do a presentation, there was a whole lot of stuff sitting on the table. So the good news is that we're able to share what we've accomplished and our resources that we've passed on to our teachers with others around the nation, and that's really the really good news. Before you in your packet, I want to spend 1 second, though. I am so excited about this little document right here. It is my annual report. Corey Jones, where are you? Please stand. So Corey and Melissa Banks are two of the most gifted people when it comes to graphics you would ever in your life want to know. So when you flip through this, we've never done one like this. It was their idea to make it look like a composition notebook, which I thought was so cute. And then it's really our story in this annual report with lots of data, lots of amazing graphics in this. Anybody that wants to know anything that's happening across Mississippi, it's in this annual report. So, and I also have no doubt that this will probably be entered in some contest that the PR people do, our communications team does. But Corey, I just want to say thank you so much, not only for what you do every day, but for your additional gifts that you're bringing to this job that we had no idea that you had when we hired you. So we were doubly blessed. So that's one thing. And in your blue folder, there are things that you're going to need behind tab 1, and then there's a set of PowerPoint when we go over graduation rates. And then last but not least, this was not in your packet, but we gave you graduation rates by district, by school. So that was not in your backup material, but it is in this for you to use today. So without further ado, I want to introduce our spotlight. We jumped from 18 A districts last year to 31 this year. And so I will never forget Washington saying to me last year, what are you going to do next year when there's more? And I said, start earlier. And we did. So we started in October, and we finished up just last week. And I cannot tell you how thrilling it is to go all over the state, to all areas of the state. We've been to Oxford and we've been to Pass Christian, to really help celebrate the accomplishments of teachers and leaders and children. We saw bands, we had choirs, we had dancers, cheerleaders, school mascots. We had a confetti explosion at one school. And we even had a drone do outdoor footage of our first celebrations outdoors, and you'll see that. But it was a really fun part. It was up at Oxford, I remember too. They didn't want to just introduce me and just talk about my resume, so they said, we're going to have you interviewed by our podcast. And it was the middle school, right? So the middle school podcast team invited me up, and a young man and a young woman, and so they were then posing questions to get basically information out of me about my background. They were so poised, and it was so cute. I don't remember what it was I said, and the little boy says, wow, I didn't know that. I mean, so he kind of like got engaged in the conversation versus the interview. But there is so much talent across our state, and so much to be proud of to be here in Mississippi, particularly at this time in education. And every district's personality was able to shine through at each particular district, and that's what made it so very special. But I cannot tell you the amount of community support that these districts have. It is huge. And people, policemen, firemen, sheriffs, the legislators, Chairman Bennett, I've got it, hats off to Chairman Bennett. He attended, I'm going to say, the first 18 and spoke at the first 18 of these events. And people we're just so proud to have outside people coming in to recognize their district. So without further ado, I can't tell you, it was exhausting and exhilarating at the same time. But you're going to get to see a really neat piece of all this. So. Yes. Rankin.
Most proud? Well, I'm most proud of the work that our teachers and our leaders and our students are doing. And I'm going to talk about that in my speech today because we are making national news. And it's very exciting. And so I'm very proud, most proud of the work that students and teachers and leaders are doing. They're doing wonderful things for children across the state.
That's great. Thank you very much. And lastly, you're here today to recognize Oxford School District as an A-rated district. In your opinion, why should this achievement matter to students, parents, and our community?
Well, I think it sends a very powerful message to the community and to parents to know that their children are getting the finest education that Mississippi has to offer.
Look at the kids.
And it also sends a message to our business people who might want to come here because companies always want to know, tell us about the school system. And imagine that we can tell them, oh, you're coming into a district that is A-rated. So that makes businesses want to come to our area, and it's an economic development piece as well. We've got a lot to be proud of here in Mississippi, and Oxford has a lot to be proud of as well.
Wow, I didn't realize how important that was. Well, that's all about the time we have. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Wright. You've been our most distinguished guest by far.
You are only one of 31 districts in the entire state that earned an A. That's significant. You have 145 districts, and you are only one of 31 that earned this distinction. You know, those of you that are students know that earning an A is a bragging point, right? Because wherever you go, in the community or not, when you tell people that you are from the Bay St. Louis Regular School District, you are sending a message that you are attending the very best schools that Mississippi has to offer. As the monthly. You are changing the history of Mississippi. You are changing the educational story of the state. How many of you were born and raised in Mississippi? Just raise your hand. Okay. How many of you heard the old tale, Mississippi's at the bottom? Right? Okay, I'm here to tell you, the next time you're in somebody's presence and they tell you that Mississippi is at the bottom, you can say, oh, no, 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 not any longer. And by, I don't care what measure you're looking at, we are no longer 50th. No longer 50th. And you need to know you are the new story of education. You as children, you as teachers, you as administrators. Achievement is at an all-time high in Mississippi. Never before have we achieved what we are achieving right now. For the fourth year in a row, our assessments went up. For the fourth year in a row, our accountability results have gone up. Our graduation rate is at an all-time high, just shy of the national average of 84%. We have the best students that you could ever want to have. We've got the hardest working teachers and leaders you'd ever want to have. And everybody's focused on one thing, ensuring that every child gets the best education possible. This is a great time to be in Mississippi.
Don't you? Yeah. You know, I've got to say, there wasn't a superintendent that did not say to me, and we'll see you back next year. So I thought that's the spirit. So that concludes my report.
That was amazing. I mean, every time I see something like that, and I've had the privilege to travel all over the state, it gives you such a great impression of what's going on in education from north to south, east to west, and to see, you know, the students and the you know, administrators and teachers and parents and everyone coming together to celebrate when something tremendous has happened is just so fantastic. I'd ask the communications team that put that video together, will y'all just please stand up and let's recognize the effort that was put in that. It's fantastic editing. I'd also ask, whenever you quote "find time," I'd love to get a link. I know that it's on our website, but if you send me a link, I will personally push it out on all the social media that I have, and I maybe send it to every board member, and to the degree you're comfortable, you know, spread the word. Absolutely. You know, this is something I keep saying over and over again. We're doing fantastic things, and we should be tremendously proud. And Dr. Wright, I mean, you know, going on the road and saying the same message, pounding it over and over, takes a huge amount of determination. And I know it's, you know, it's good work because it's exciting and it's different at every stop, but Lord, thank you so much for going out and pressing that message out and around. I think that's just, you're an ambassador, you know, from us to them and then back again. So great work on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're moving to the report of the chair. I think in executive session, we'll get a full report on our update on our strategic plan. But you have in front of you a timeline of our evaluation process that we will begin starting tomorrow. One issue I'd like to bring up, and I'm not sure what the appropriate way to do this. In years past, we've made this an anonymous evaluation. I would like for this year and then moving forward to make it not anonymous. I think we're all, professional people and feel like we can, have a great rapport with Dr. Wright and communicate. Unless there's some objection, which I guess we can talk about. I'd like to make this, a process that, we're all professional and we can talk about our concerns and we can talk about what we're proud of and what we think that it needs to be worked. I think it's fair for her to know where the concerns might be coming from. And I just think it's one small little tweak that we can add to this process. So I see some head noddings. I don't see a whole bunch of, grimaces, staring back at me. So unless there's some objection to that, I'd like to move forward with that one small little tweak. You'll be receiving the evaluation, I think, tomorrow from NASB and Robert Hull and his good work that he continues to do with NASB. And so we will start that process, and you will be getting email reminders frequently from Sonia, I'm sure, to fill them out, and we'll have our evaluation results discussed at our next board meeting on February 20th. The only other thing I have to bring up, as we acknowledged Senator Collins a little bit earlier, I know that the now governor, stop saying governor-elect, the governor is considering the other replacement for the Central Supreme Court District, formerly represented by Johnny Franklin, he has some names in front of him. I think he will move pretty quickly in naming them. And so what I would recommend is sometime probably after the session, so after confirmation and everything, we do a board retreat. I think the last time we did it was a couple of years ago at MPB, led by Dr. Kelly. I think with our students and the new board members, it'd be a good opportunity for us to, spend maybe a half a day, 3/4 of a day, kind of making sure, we know where we are, maybe even getting some blocking and tackling 101, around procurement policy, around Robert's Rules of Order, just some things I think we all need to be reminded of. So there's a possible date coming. I'm not, announcing that now. Just keep in mind, as your schedules start to stack up. We even talked about maybe doing it in June as part of the budget retreat. So that will be forthcoming. I think that's it for my report as the chair. Now, my favorite part of the whole agenda, I'm going to turn it over to the report of our student representatives, Omar and Shelby.
Hello, board members. Since the last meeting, Shelby and I have discussed the issues that we brought aware to the Board of Education, and we found that standardized testing was and is going to remain a great topic of discussion. Taking into consideration our discussions of the United States History state examination today, we decided to reevaluate and reiterate our stances on the issue as student representatives.
So I've spoke over the past few weeks with peers at my school, whether they be in regulars U.S. History or in AP, and with both AP and regular U.S. History teachers, as well as have taken the exam last year, to kind of come to the conclusion that I personally don't think that it should be a requirement to graduate because of its makeup. The exam itself is not your typical history test, who was first president of the United States. It's very reading comprehension based, so a student who's really knowledgeable with United States history but has trouble reading and picking out parts of a paragraph would be at a disadvantage, other than someone like myself who doesn't know that much about U.S. history but is pretty better at reading and can highlight a history element in that. And also because of the test makeup, we in my U.S. history class had to take 2 days away from regular instruction time to do practice and learn how to take it and not review the materials that we'd learned over the year. And I can't say that in my world history class that is tested, I learned any less. No, let me start over. In my U.S. history class that is tested, I can't say I learned any less or there was less of a drive to learn than in my world history class. I think that regardless of whether it's tested or not, there's still going to be teachers who love it and are devoted to the subject, and there's still going to be curriculum that will be taught. So whether there's a test or not isn't really going to change how much a student is going to learn in there.
Personally, taking everything in consideration, I still believe that the existence of the United States history exam should continue. While the process of state exams proves tedious and exhausting to students and teachers alike, the temporary negative outlooks on state testing do not justify the veiled consequences of removing the single exam. Stated time and time again, I see only positive influences result from the U.S. history exam, both quantitatively and ethically. Without the exam, I strongly feel that students, teachers, and the entirety of what our education system stands for will suffer from preventable damages. So I hope that when we get to the discussion later on in the meeting, we can come to a consensus that is only positive for all parties in our education system, and that we only make the right decision. And I think that concludes our report.
We're very excited for what you guys think. We'd love to hear it.
We're definitely going to get into that in agenda item 3. Thank you. And I think you guys both well represented the challenge. I mean, we certainly see both sides of the challenge. And I think when we get into it on 3, if you guys, will continue to provide us your feedback as we talk about it. I mean, this affects you and your peers more than anybody. So please do keep continuing. The challenge with setting aside one part for you guys is I don't want you to feel like that's the only time you can talk.
That's right.
This is a time for you to lead us in the issues that you think are important. Anytime as we go along on any of these issues, hey, I want to make a comment. That's what you're here for. We challenge you with that. I know it's there's a lot, but please do feel free at any point to give us your thoughts and opinions. They are very well welcomed. With that, we'll move on to the report on the State Board of Education subcommittees. We had a legislative subcommittee meeting. Pete, who is our department lead on this, came in about 15 minutes late, soaking wet with rain, having just run back from the Capitol. And I asked him just maybe to give us an update, given that we're in full swing of the session. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dean and members of the board. So quick update, we're getting in full swing of the session. Lieutenant Governor, I was about to say Secretary of State. Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hosemann has made his committee chair picks. And he's got good chairs and vice chairs throughout. On the education side, the chair of education is Senator Dennis DeBar, and his vice chair will be Senator David Blunt, with a good mix of senators being on the committee. They had an organizational committee meeting this morning at 9, where they elected a secretary in Oxford native Nicole Akins Boyd, and she will serve as a Senate Education Secretary, as well as they adopted some rules. Yesterday, I had the privilege of going to the Appropriations Committee meeting, which was their first full committee meeting, where it was to an organizational meeting as well. They took up House Bill 1, which was a teacher pay raise deficit appropriation of a little more than $18.4 million. So it passed unanimously, and it will now be sent to the full floor of the Senate. I look for that to pass sometime next week. I think the legislature is cutting it short, and I think they're going home today. But I want to reiterate what Chairman DeBar said this morning in the Senate Education Committee. He talked about the willingness to be open and transparent. He talked the willingness about accepting ideas and views from both sides of the aisle, if you will. And he also picked up the annual report, and he talked about how we need to do a better job talking to his committee about, talking about the great things that are going on in public education. And he said, I know all of you have this book. This book has all of the information in it that you want to know about what's going on in public education. And he challenged them to go out and talk about the positives of public education. So that's sort of and then so we've been getting requests now from the Legislative Budget Office regarding a new teacher count, if you will, because I think Lieutenant Governor Hosemann did drop a bill for a pay raise this year, $4,000 for all certified teachers, and then about $1,100 and some change for teachers who hold a bachelor's degree, because he wanted to get their starting salary up to $37,000. So I explained to them that we'll be going through the same process that we went through last year regarding getting the accuracy of the teacher count, because between last year and now, MSIS, of course, has not been fixed, and we've been talking about how we're going to be pushing for some money to get that started. But so it'll be a couple of weeks before we can get an accurate teacher count to give to them for to include in the teacher pay raise. So everybody understands that MSIS, and we've been talking about this now for the past 5-6 years about how MSIS is really 20 years old. We keep patching it up. Last year we found out there's major flaws in it that we need to fix, and so I think everybody's on board to support doing that.
Great. One clarification. I know you said that Lieutenant Governor Hosemann dropped a bill for, what was the amount?
So $1,000 pay raise,
okay,
or $1,000 teacher pay raise, and then for those who hold a like the A certificate or the bachelor's degree, it was $1,100 and some change, because I'm told he wanted to get their starting pay up to $37,000, because all the teacher pay scale is all spelled out in statute.
Right. So, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, worth every penny of it, but when we talk about it yearly, it's kind of, some of the messages is lost. So over, let's say, 5 or 6 years, if they get the $1,000 what's that approximately? What does that add up to be?
For teachers or for the overall state budget? So
No, just so it's about $6,000 or $7,000.
yeah, so just over the last 6 years, I think teachers have received about a $4,000 increase. I remember the first couple of years in the administration, I think they received a $2,500 pay raise phased in over 2 years, $1,500 and $1,000, and then this past year another $1,500 pay raise. So, over the next few years, if there's still support, which I think there is, with the leadership in the legislature, it would seem to their salaries would increase a lot more.
Yeah, I've heard that every year there's going to be an attempt to increase teacher pay raise, which, speaking for myself, not the board fully supportive of. But, when you take it in total, $7,000 is what that adds up to be over 5 or 6 years. That's significant. That's about 20% on the base. And we need to keep building on that and supporting our elected leadership over there who are fighting for teachers and doing this. It's a big deal. And, we get caught on the $1,000, but when you sum it up over several years, it becomes significant, and we need to ensure that we're doing everything we can do to support them. A little unusual. Any questions for Pete on the subcommittee?
I have one, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chair. Pete, I think if I heard you correctly, it appears that we are no better prepared, and I don't mean the department, but the state is no better prepared to give us the data that help us get the data that we need to make an assessment of who get raises and where those raises come from. Last year, and I don't want to point blame, but the department took a hit. It was a perception that it was this department that was not prepared and did not give the state the information that they needed to get the money out. If the state is no better prepared, we need to continue to remind them that we cannot give them good information if we don't have the hardware and the software to get the data.
Yes, sir, and that will be spoken throughout the halls of the Capitol till the end of the session this year. And even when we were going through the exercise last year with the budget office and Chairman Reed and Chairman Bennett, Chairman Reed, pledged his support to help us get the money so we can start the rebuilding, if you will, of MSIS.
And specifically, it's $3.5 million this year that we're asking to get started. In conversations with John, that's just year one. There's multiple years that's going to be required to build the world-class system. But more to the point, Dr. Kelly and Pete has assured me that he's assuring the elected leadership over there. We've started the count now, but I mean, it's still an archaic, backward system because we're asking them, the local districts, to tell us how many teachers they're going to have in the fall, and the dichotomy between federally paid and state paid. I mean, it's a bit of a crapshoot, but I mean, we have started and we will have those numbers ready.
Yeah.
That's the main.
That's
the main.
Yeah, that's
We're not going to be called.
right. And so to get a more accurate number, it's going to take a lot longer time to get it done.
Yep. So we'll be ready. Yes, ma'am.
Go back to the teacher pay raise over a number of years, $7,000 Couple that with national board certification and the money that they get when they become nationally certified. I mean, that is a very nice supplement to their income, and it just is a further incentive to be able to have boards. And I read somewhere the other day where there's a goal for the state to have the most national board certified teachers.
Yeah, that was in
number 2 or 3 now.
Governor Reed's
Governor's
inauguration
message,
message.
I knew I'd heard it somewhere.
Yeah.
But at any rate, that bumps those teachers up too, to where they're really, a lot of districts are being very competitive.
And just over the past couple of years, there's been legislation passed that identify critical needs districts, if you will. I think there's around 15 to 20 of those districts that are spelled out in statute, and if you're a national board certified teacher, on top of the $6,000 stipend, you'll receive an additional $4,000 stipend for going in and teaching in those areas.
Great. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Kelly, school performance and accountability.
We didn't meet this morning. We didn't have any action items. There were 3 items for information. The first one was a report from our internal auditing team. We got a $6 million grant from Kellogg to evaluate the infrastructure development grant that looks at preschool programs. Got good information from them on that. You'll hear more about that later during this board meeting. We all feel like the data that we get from that study, once it is completed, will help us make the case with the legislature to get more funding for coaches for preschool students. The second item for our committee this morning was to look at the 2020 graduation rate. I don't want to do anything that's going to preempt what they're going to tell you later. But what I will tell you is that the graduation rate is up and the dropout rate is down. So the trajectory is going in the right direction in both cases. You hear the details of that from some of our other presenters. The third item was this whole issue of whether or not we're going to continue to offer U.S. history in our high schools, and you know that we put that out for APA. Comments came back, as I understand it, from our staff people here. Didn't get the amount of feedback that we had hoped to get from the field. And it was a mixed bag in terms of how many people wanted to continue U.S. history and those that wanted to drop it. I'll remind you that this board challenged the department to be able to tell us whether or not, to tell us if we were to drop U.S. history, would that require another change in cut scores? And it is my understanding that our team did look at that and have some information to give you later on. There was some concern about whether 50 points would go that is allocated for U.S. history. And as I understand it from the preliminary report this morning, those 50 points would go to science. And if that were the case, then we would not have to make a change in the cut scores. Now, you statistician, tell me if I got that right or not.
Correct.
So those were the three reports we heard, and you'll hear more from our staff later during this meeting.
Thank you, sir. As we were exiting our subcommittee meeting, I poked my head in there, and you looked like you had about 40 or 50 people attending the meeting. We had 0. I had a little subcommittee jealousy on that. So obviously the work that you're doing.
The quality of the people on the committee.
I set myself up for that one. Nobody's interested in legislation and career and technical ed. With that, we'll transition to career and technical ed. Mr. Suggs.
Yeah, very quickly. Obviously, there's a hot topic that we'll talk about in more detail here shortly with Dr. Oakley and the team about the Perkins versus the state fund. So more to come here shortly. But one thing I will cover with you all, as we are trying to develop our strategic plan for career and technical over the next 3 to 5 years, we had our second road tour that happened up in Northeast Mississippi. Actually, at our plant and at the Toyota plant, we had about 70 administrators, career college presidents, et cetera, attend to talk about what are some of the needs in Northeast Mississippi. A needs assessment was done, a students type assessment was done, and we also had several businesses there to talk about the local needs. So this is the second one we've done. We've got a couple more to do in the state. Once we're done with all that data analysis, et cetera, we will report back to the board on our findings. More to come.
Perfect. And with that, we will go ahead and transition into our discussion items. I hope everyone's well caffeinated and ready. I'll just set this first one up. It's a discussion of the Perkins state plan. And as Dr. Oakley's getting situated, I'll just say probably about a year or so ago, we created, well, maybe a year and a half ago, we created a subcommittee around career and technical education. And one of the first things that became apparent to all of us was that the focus of the funding on career and technical education doesn't match up with what I would call the public demand for career and technical education. That's sort of, indisputable. We know with our discretionary dollars, it's really, less than 1% of the total funding for education. And we've got a system that's really, I call it the college default, system, and it's driven by policy and laws and, decades of discussion around, what we want in education for our kids. But, my personal opinion is we can do both. We can have, both. And it's in our strategic plan, get kids ready for the workforce and college, not or. And so in that, the very capable staff of the department, as they began the Perkins plan, presented to us the fact that when you look at the cut and the split between the Perkins money, which is discretionary to some degree, it's formulaic driven in another degree, it was really out of proportion with what the national average was, and certainly out of proportion when you look at contiguous states. So we challenged our staff to show us what it would look like if we went to the national average. And so we put that out there, and as Mr. Suggs mentioned earlier, there were meetings, there were discussions, and the plans were developed, and numbers were put out. And not surprisingly, there was some concern, particularly from our partners at the community and junior college level, about what that impact would be to them. So through a public comment process, through meetings in which they were invited and attended and gave their input, there's no question about that. We've heard them. We have what I'm setting you up for now, the presentation on what the alternatives are for us, so that Dr. Oakley and his team can move forward by presenting this plan to the now governor for their comment, and then move along to the Department of Ed, U.S. Department of Ed, for full approval, and then we'll move forward with the plan. So I'm just setting it up. There are a couple of outcomes here. There's 3 outcomes that I could think of. Do nothing, and to do nothing would to keep the current split, which is 53-47, and 0% reserve fund. That's keeping things the same. There is the original plan, which was the November 2019 plan, which was the full reach, which we're certainly eligible, capable, and legally authorized to do, where we take a 10% reserve, which was last year 0, so we're going to 10. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but that's $1.2 million of funds that we can use for career academies, and then work on the split to get it closer to the national average instead of 53-47, something closer to the national average, which is 62-38. Okay, I know I'm throwing numbers at you. Or third, somewhere in between. And I'm not going to advocate or say positions. I'm just laying it out for y'all. As you hear his presentation, that's keeping the end in mind a little bit. At the end of this, we're going to vote on one of those 3 things: the same, the reach, or something in between, unless there's a 4th option, which we're certainly open to hear. We've met a lot on this, if you can't tell. We've had 5 or 6 subcommittee meetings. We had a great working session last week with lots of folks from the community college world. So we're ready to go, Dr. Oakley, when you are.
All right. So let me make sure I'm clear.
Yes, sir.
So there's going to be a recommendation from staff today that is the outcome of you all subcommittee meeting and the work that you all have done.
Yes.
That recommendation is going to represent what you would like this board.
Yes. And I don't want to speak for our subcommittee chairman, but I will say that's based on 6 or 7 meetings since last summer to get to this point. And again, we initially, the department did what we asked them to do, like reach for the sky. And we got comments back, which again, I'll let Nathan, he's got several slides describing those comments. And then it was sort of, well, we don't want to, I won't say anything else. Yes, sir. At the end of this, we're going to vote on what the subcommittee's recommendation is, which, we'll get into, but there's alternatives. Okay.
Thank you. So Perkins lines up right with the work that we do as a department. Dr. Dean's already spoken to the fact that when we talk about students exiting high school, that we want them to be ready not just for college, but for what's coming after that. If I just graduate high school and I'm not ready for post-secondary work and then ultimately a job, I've missed the mark. We've missed our mark as a state, we've missed our mark as a department. And so when we think about the vision and mission, our goal is here to enable people to be able to flourish as adults, post-high school, post-college, whatever that looks like for them. And so Perkins aligns specifically with Goal 2, and we often talk about college career readiness, and we've got to ensure that when we discuss this and when we push on this, it's one of the reasons we have this new subcommittee with the focus from the board, is that we don't just mean college, but we also mean readiness to go to work at Toyota or at Ingalls or wherever that might be within the state. So since November, we held a series of regional meetings to gather public feedback and comments on the Perkins 5 draft plan. If you're interested in looking back at the full plan, you can go back in your board book, look at the November agenda. It is item number 1. That full plan is there. Really, all we're bringing forward today for really a vote or refinement on is the budget piece, and you'll see why in just a minute. But we went around the state, Raymond, Petal, and then Tupelo. Tupelo's the day that I drove 6 hours for a meeting that didn't happen. Got to Tupelo, and the weather moved that direction, and the meeting ended up canceled, and I turned around and drove back to Jackson. I did enjoy a hamburger while I was in Tupelo at a little dive, and that was, but not worth my 6 hours in the car. But we did send out a reminder to folks to let them know they could provide their comments via email. Given our timeline on the process, we weren't able to reschedule that meeting. But we gathered feedback both through those public meetings as well as through a dedicated email address or through mailing address from mid-November until the 18th of December. And as a part of that, we had approximately 100 people that came to those 2 meetings that happened in Petal and in Raymond. We also received 75 comments through that dedicated address here at the department. From the following kind of constituencies. We heard directly from 13 of the 15 community colleges in the state. We heard from 9 school districts out of the 140 or so in the state. We heard from 6 different businesses, and then 7 individuals that submitted a comment that weren't directly affiliated or connected to a particular business or particular college or district. So as a part of that, we received, of those 75 comments, probably 4 to 5 different ones that we received repeatedly. We received a comment that said, "Hello, my name's Rosemary Altman. I'm with this college or this institution or this business," and then lay out concerns. And we might receive those same concerns from 8 or 10 or 12 different individuals. And that is part of the process. They have similar concerns. They certainly can send them in that way. But as a part of this, the overwhelming response, both at the meetings and through the email, and I know Dr. Dean, Dr. Wright, and I all got copied on a lot of these emails that were coming in to our dedicated address. But the overwhelming response from the public was in opposition to the proposed budget split that was going to negatively impact the community colleges in the state. Concerns around programming, concerns around staffing, concerns around the ability to replace equipment were all lifted out from the folks that came to the meetings and were very open and candid about their concerns, and the folks that sent in their comments as well. So of the comments that we received, 66 of the 75, 88% of those were opposed to reducing the funding for the community college programs. And then within the public meetings that we had, we just sat and kind of scripted the conversation. We gave a presentation and then broke into smaller tables and talked about the programmatic pieces of the plan or the budget pieces of the plan or the program outcomes pieces of the plan. We divided folks into groups so they were in smaller segments and we could talk through specific content. The topic of conversation was budget. We heard 1 or 2 comments to say, well, could you clarify this sentence on this page because you used a little bit different language 5 or 6 pages previous. Minor technical clarifications, not significant in scope at all. But similarly to the email responses, we had overwhelming response to say we're concerned about the cut to funding to the community colleges. So coming out of that, we as Dr. Dean has mentioned, we met as a subcommittee several times on this topic over the last several months. And then in January, we did meet earlier this month via conference call with Dr. Mayfield, with Dr. Mackey, with others from individual community colleges in the state to really to get additional feedback from them and to hear those concerns directly. We wanted, considering the charge we had from the board and from our subcommittee, we wanted the chair of each to be able to hear directly from the colleges about the concerns that we were hearing as staff. And so we met via conference call on the 6th, and then from there moved forward to today. So as a matter of context, before we get into some of the numbers, Mississippi for a long time has had a 53 to 47% split for the secondary to post-secondary. We've not taken a reserve. There's an allowance in Perkins for the state to set aside a reserve percentage of funds for particular projects or activities. And so we have not taken that reserve in the past. Nationally, the split is at 62% secondary to 38% post-secondary, and nationally, the reserve is at 7%, with 62% going to secondary, 38% going to post-secondary. So we're going to dive into some pretty deep numbers in just a minute here, but I'm going to move through these rather quickly because coming out of subcommittee this morning with additional dialogue, we've come forward with some additional thoughts from the subcommittee. So thank you, Mr. Cramen. Between 9 and 10, we were able to run back and adjust some information and put a chart out there that just came out of subcommittee discussion.
Matt, just before you go to the number slide, are there questions about?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Questions about where we are before I dive into the numbers?
On the background
yeah.
and the current situation before we go. Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Oakley, the comments were mainly from community college, and we said that the percentages of those, and there were a few comments from districts due to whatever. So
Correct.
It shapes up that we have 88% that were against, but the majority of those were from community colleges.
Overwhelming majority.
With maybe lack of input from districts for whatever reason.
Correct.
Okay. Other questions? Roll on.
All right. So as we look at this chart, we get roughly $14 million in Perkins funds.
Does board members
Yeah,
have
so
this in front of them?
yes, ma'am. In your folder, you've got this large document. I printed it on a piece of paper, so
That's
it's
the
big enough
behind
for you
tab
to
one.
see.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So we're going to start, and I've built it this way deliberately. We're going to start on the right-hand side and move to the left. I put the current split in the middle so that you could look back and forth to the left and the right for a quick comparison. But we're going to start on the right-hand side and then move back closest to these descriptions on the left. So in November, we proposed a split that we would put that 15% into state administration. That's leadership activities, special populations, non-traditional recruitment, correctional institutions, all those pieces that are statutorily included in that Perkins law. And then of that, the overwhelming conversation is really around this 85% that's captured at the bottom right. That $11.9 million, almost $12 million is what is considered local formula distribution. This is in the past where we have not taken a reserve, all right? We proposed in November a 10.6% reserve for career academy programs. That would be $1.27 million. In doing that, and in keeping secondary level from the prior year, that would impact the post-secondary programs by that same $1.27 million. That's where we heard the concerns from the community colleges. If you look at where we are right now, community colleges, if we were to keep everything level with no reserve in the yellow near the bottom, and the 53-47 split, you can see secondary amount in the green. You can see post-secondary's amount in the green at the $5.6 million that would go to them. We ran one additional scenario over the last week with reducing the, and that's the left-hand column that says proposed split January 20 at the top. If we were to reduce the reserve from the 10.6% originally proposed to a 7% reserve, that would put us at roughly $840,000 for career academy work within the secondary schools in the state. We then made a slight shift on the allocation to eligible recipients going out to secondary and post-secondary, and you can see the differences it made there. It still impacts community colleges by just over $1 million, $1.05 million to the negative if we were to take that approach. And so this was the information that Dr. Wright had shared with you via email earlier this week. And so coming out of the conversation this morning, we landed at something much less dense than what we have to submit to Ed. We would have to submit an option like this, one of these tables, to Ed. And we can easily go back and rebuild and adjust that. But we want to make sure that we've got it where the board wants it before we send it to the governor. So where we are coming at you this morning, based on the discussion from the subcommittee this morning.
Which is different than what
Which
they
is
have in
different
front
than
of
your
them.
paper. So look at the screen. It's much more succinct, much more straightforward, just the nuts and bolts. The current split would have us at the 53-47 on the left-hand column, left-hand table. The 6.3 million going to secondary,
With zero.
no reserve at the top. See the dollar sign with nothing at the top. And then the 5.6 going to post-secondary. That would be maintaining the status quo. No changes, no money for career academies, maintaining status quo. What came out of subcommittee discussion this morning is on the right-hand side. That would essentially maintain the level of funding at the 6.35 million for secondary programs, would carve out an $840,000 7% reserve instead of the 10% for career academies, and would impact the post-secondary side from the 5.6 down to roughly 4.8, 4.796 million on the post-secondary side. I will pause there for questions.
And say what the new percentage would be 57.43.
That would put us at a 7% reserve, and then would take that remaining funding and would split it at a 57.43, which is different from what was previously a 53.47.
And critically, we go from 53% cut to 57% cut for the future for secondary ed for programs. Yes, sir.
Compared to the national average of 62%.
Yep.
62 for secondary.
Yes.
And we
That's
would
the
be at
national
50.
average.
The next
Seven.
average is
Seven.
62.38.
Yeah.
We had 57.
62.38.
So
Is that 839K? Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
For reserve? That is reserved strictly for the academy.
Yes.
Which means that secondary schools would benefit from that, would be
Yes.
the beneficiary of that.
Right, and it was, so full disclosure, it was zero last year. We represent 840 at 7%. The 10% would be 1.2 million. Okay, so if you did 10%, it's another 400,000. But if you accept this as a compromise, it's still 840,000 above last year, but it's not 10%. It's 7%.
So is this the first distribution straight toward academies in this way?
It's a grant making process, right?
So this would be a process where we've got to meet certain criteria with regard to the application of these funds out to districts, but it would be all funding going to districts to support these career academies.
Because last year we had zero when we had academies. So this year we got 840, so
There
explain
would
that a
be
little bit.
funding for districts to apply for, to
Yeah,
support those academies.
It would be the same way that we've done all of our other grants, Mr. Bailey. In other words, we'd say, submit your application, here's the criteria that we're going to be looking for, and then awarding it that way.
There would be nothing that would prevent a district, if they wanted to continue like you have in the past, to operate those. There would be some funding dedicated to support that expansion.
Yeah, and I think coming out of committee and our discussions in the past have been that if the true trend is toward workforce development and having workforce-ready students, then you have to create opportunities for that. And opportunities for that lend toward a district high school experience in conjunction with community colleges, because community college can't take all those students, or there's transportation issues and a number of things. So I don't want to hurt that. But if we're truly serious about workforce development, then you have to get it, some of it, at the local level. And so that's the reason that is so important, and not to enhance that says that it sends a message and says to us that we're really not serious about workforce development. We're just saying we are. So I just want to, anything that's going to hurt career academies, I think, takes away from what we've said we were going to do, not only in subcommittee, but as a board, saying we're about to give the communities and the state what they're asking for, which is a workforce-ready student.
Yeah,
So-
all the conversations we've had with the community colleges, information sessions, phone conferences, et cetera, we stress that partnership that still needs to be there, the relationships with post-secondary and secondary. That's going to be the vital piece of this going forward, is that our relationships are going to have to be really, really strong to get to the ultimate goal. We can do this together if the relationships
And I
are
do
good.
think the message coming out of this is that we're stronger together
That's right.
in this thing.
That's exactly
and
right.
I know that this is divisive in many different ways, and it doesn't need to be. it needs to be something that brings us together in a way that we can both head in the same direction, because this all depends on a relationship with a community college that would help our secondary transition into a post-secondary and build on that secondary education, not have to start over and do something different. So that relationship is really important to keep. I know it will always be contentious as we're talking about distributions of money, but for the sake of the students and for the sake of what we're really set out to do is enhance workforce-ready students, then we've got to stay together on this thing.
Other questions or comments? Yeah. Dr. Gillen and Dr. Kelly.
If that reserve, let's just say, I don't know how to present this exactly, but if the reserve was just a change in the percentage, a change in the split. If you still had a zero reserve, but the split was 7%, for lack of a better word to say it, favorable for post-secondary, okay? So it's the same money, but it's not in reserve. It's just a different divide.
Mm-hmm.
Is that money then, would those monies then be distributed differently than they will be with the monies being in reserve? Sorry, just directing it.
Yes.
Right.
So if we were to not take the 7% split and we were just moved to a 57-43, then the monies would be different. Yes, ma'am.
Yep, how they're distributed, would that be different? You just said that the reserve, how the reserve monies would be distributed would be through their typical application, right, an application of what we want to do with these monies. If it were not that way, how's the money distributed?
It is formula distributed. It is based on a number of factors. It looks at population, it looks at poverty rates, it looks at other kinds of factors, but it is formula calculated out to districts and to community colleges. The 53% right now is calculated out among the secondary schools, and the 47% is formula calculated out to the community colleges.
So what pops into my mind is, are we going down the path, again, and I don't mean that as criticism, but that because of our system, schools that have better capabilities of putting together applications for funding, i.e., generally speaking, those that are in the, I don't want to say better, but the higher performing school districts, once again, are going to be favored just because of the system.
Good question.
I think that's where we look at the application process and the criteria, and if we provide additional weighting for poverty or for other kinds of factors, to try to target those career academies.
Right. I think if we have the reserve.
If the reserve is
then
approved.
that will give us the ability to develop our own criteria around. We're not prepared to share yet, but we just conducted a labor market analysis in Mississippi as a phase 1, and phase 2 now, they're now looking and doing a course alignment to see how aligned are our courses with what the labor market growth is across the state in all 4 regions. And then the next thing will be part of a student survey, teacher survey, et cetera. So part of what we're trying to do is forecast also what is going to be needed in the state, and that's the reason we conducted the labor market analysis. So my inclination would be, if there is the reserve, whatever that percentage ends up being, we'd need to craft that in such a way to anticipate what the state is going to need based on the labor market analysis that we have.
That's a line. Yes, ma'am.
So would you say, therefore, Dr. Wright, that by operating with a reserve, being different than we have in the past.
That's right.
That MDE would have more influence over where those
Yes.
dollars are distributed?
That's exactly right. If we do not have a reserve, then what Nathan has said, then the money would be pushed just the way it's pushed right now. It's all formula driven, and it all goes out. If we've got a reserve, based on the information that we're getting from this labor market analysis, we have the ability to kind of craft CTE programs that will meet the state's needs all across the entire state.
And what Dr. Elam said, there's a community that need that terribly, that don't have it because either they don't know or they don't apply. And again, I think part of that application process, if you have to have the students involved in it and you have to have the need in the community in order to apply for those things. So I know there has to be some boundaries to that, but I also know that there's some communities and areas in Mississippi that need a workforce-ready program that don't have it, and a way to look at that.
Dr. Kelly.
Everything I've seen about academies around the state, they tend to work. They've been highly successful. But I also know that there are some school districts that do not have academies set up now. The question I would ask is, if we can answer this, what percentage of our districts now do not have academies? Do we have any feel for that?
I can't answer that off the top of my head. No, sir.
So if we have school districts without academies, what could potentially be perceived as a flaw, if you don't have an academy, you're not going to benefit from the reserves in any way, because those reserves are set up solely for academies.
Or to start up
Yeah,
academies.
if you don't have one, you can use the funds to
start
start
up.
one.
So you can use the
Absolutely.
funds
That's
for
what it's
starting
for.
up an
That's right.
academy.
Absolutely.
That's a huge point.
It is.
That's
And
a
that's
huge
the
point.
reason the reserve is so important, because that gives us the ability, based on the analysis that we've got, to really push then for these academies to be established
expand.
across the state.
Okay.
Yep.
That answers my
Okay.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
I think one thing we have to keep in mind with this is that we're putting a lot of pressure on high schools to do career and technical education. We are building a state-of-the-art career and technical school in Clinton to try to prepare the students, and those people have to have support. They have to have money, and if you talk to principals and superintendents around the state, they will tell you a lot of times that money is, well, is it anything? Yeah. It's, the lack thereof is the driving issue. And so I think we have to be sensitive to that we're putting pressure on these people to perform. We're putting pressure on districts and students. And I mean, I know this is a long-term economic impact on our state. It's a quality of life issue. It's a productivity issue for students and young families to live a quality life. So, but I think we have to balance these two with the pressure that we're putting and the requirements we're putting on school districts and helping them with funding. And so whatever that number ends up, it needs to be sufficient for school districts to be able to tap into it.
I would augment what you just said by saying that, or reminding us, those of us who are at this table, last year really pushed this department to make sure more emphasis was put on CTE.
That's right.
And Ms. Scrupp, you led that discussion, and rightly so, because you need those workers. And I think we need to just remember that all of us want to see more emphasis put on CTE. And as Ms. Altman has very well said, in order to do that, you need more money. And we just want to make sure the resources are there for our districts and this department to help expand that, because we know how successful it can be and is. But with the reserve being structured as it is, which would allow school districts without academies to apply for those funds, to set up academies, in order to mimic what is going on in the districts that do have academies, I think that kind of equalizes this. And that's what I was most concerned about, making sure sometimes where the money needs to go most, that they benefit from some of these funds. Because we know it works.
Well said.
And my understanding is $840,000 more than we had last year.
We had zero, and it's 840 this year, and whatever Congress budgets next year, assuming it's not cut, it's the same or more next year, the next. This isn't one time get started. This is each year, some amount, that's always going to be set aside at X percent for career academies.
I guess my point is we established the academies that we had without that money.
That's right.
And this is $840,000
Go for it.
more
Can talk about
to
that.
I
do
was
that.
going to ask, who paid for that? What was that paid? Where did we pay for that?
Local dollars.
Was it local dollars?
It came out of
Perkins money.
vocational money and some of it out of Perkins
Yeah.
money
Okay.
and
Yeah.
some of it out of
Go for
local
it.
money.
That's
But
exactly
Perkins-
right.
But Perkins is
Perkins
the
did
only
not-
money that we
Perkins is
receive.
the only money that we receive.
That's
And
that
Okay.
less than 1% of our discretionary budget that we can even use for this.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
But the one thing, want to make sure I'm clear on what you just said. You're not suggesting, or are you suggesting, that we change the percent of the reserve each year?
no. Once
Okay.
this is submitted to the
Okay.
department, they approve it. And we went down this road with the department about how do we phase stuff in. They're like, you got to resubmit your plan every year.
That's right.
We're like, that's terrible.
right.
We're not going to do that. But whatever, the Congress will appropriate X each year. And that percent that we agree on will go to this each year. So I'm making the point, this isn't one-time money. This is annual appropriations.
And this is a 7% reserve.
Yep, the national average.
The
Yes, sir.
The other point that I would make is remind us, I think I'm right on this, is that if we choose to make this change, and as it is structured now, I can support it, but I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that the ESSA plan would have to go back to the Department of Education to be evaluated. And
This part of the plan.
this part of the plan would have to go back to the Department of Education.
But we've never submitted, this will be a change from.
This is a new plan that we're
Right.
getting ready to submit.
Right.
And so the edits we're making now on the front end will go to Ed for their initial approval.
first time.
For the Perkins plan, just like we did for the ESSA plan a couple of
back
years
and
back.
say-
So
there's
this
the
is like
ESSA
a
plan-
sub-part of the
This
ESSA
is-
plan, but it's brand new. So it's not like we're having to come back in and say, we're changing something. This is the first time we're submitting something.
Got it.
My concern when I heard what Jason was saying is that we just don't want to be changing this every
year.
year,
No, we
because
don't wanna
every
do
year,
that either.
then it
No.
is a change
Right.
every
Yeah.
year.
To
Right.
me, the percentages are set. And the independent variable is how much money Congress appropriates, and it just falls into that each year. But it's more money. I mean, the main point is, if it was flat funded, we'd have 839 every year to do career academies.
And our community college partners are comfortable with this, with what is being proposed.
I'm very confident in saying what my opinion is. I don't want to make it sound like I'm speaking for them, but I've had a lot of conversations with them. And to the previous point of what Buddy was saying, like, they understand that we want to be at the table when it comes to career and technical education. They understand that this is our discretion, that we can do this. They're imploring that we would, maybe be, in their words, probably more reasonable on what that is, because no state would go, 11% or whatever the original numbers were to get to the national average of 62. So this is a compromise, and I think what Mr. Bailey said is so well said. We're better together, and I'm gonna tell you right now, political leadership, all the workforce development infrastructure that is in this state, MDES, SWIB, local workforce, this is what people will be talking about for the next couple of years. And by doing this, I think that we are showing, good faith efforts to be a good partner and to insist to have a seat at that table, and don't do it without us, don't marginalize us, don't put us in the corner. From this point forward, K-12 is a part of this conversation for career and technical ed. I mean, that sounds like a big, political statement. I'm telling you, there is a movement, and we want to be a part of that. So this shows us that, we're listening, and we want to, work together and not, be confrontational. Okay.
How did you come, where did the 7% come from? Why isn't it 7%?
National average. It's a national average.
That's in part of the information that I.
So the slide deck, I can go back to that slide, right here.
Okay, so the reserve percentage is 7%, but the percentage reserve split, ours is 100-0,
Correct.
Right.
which is not the national average.
Well, we could certainly, and I would hope in the plan, right, that, we, in addition to those that obviously don't have career academies, to partner with your community college system and not do this, in a silo. You know, I'm not into the micromanagement and tell you how to write the RFP, but I think that would be, you know, again, towards this, you know, we're a partner. Say if you're partnering with your local community college, you get extra points on the scoring. Just, you know, as an example.
Well, you know, Lieutenant Governor Hosemann made career and technical education and training as one of his major platforms. So, you know, community colleges are fixing to get a big infusion of money. And so the department needs to be at the table in the discussions of how that money is going to be used, and our students need to be treated fairly from what they've had in high school to their transition into community college and the courses that are taken or that they need to take, because we know the money's going to come.
So I'm going to take that and challenge Pete. As we move along, you know, this session, and this is a very specific request, as these conversations are taking place about who's getting what when it comes to career and technical ed, please keep us informed, and then make sure if anybody, you know, especially me, if I need to come and speak to anybody about, you know, what Ms. Altman just said, you know, count me in, because we do need to make sure that we're at the table, because we know how it is. People, you know, get sharp elbows when it comes to splitting up the money. So,
well, and I think that's an important point, is that this is not a money grab. This is about students trying to train people to make a living.
Right.
And to move our state along and to attract industry.
Yep.
And so however we do this, we've got to work together. So,
And that's the very argument we heard from secondary and post-secondary folks at the meetings, is this is about our ability to deliver that content.
well, yes, sir. I'll just, last comment, and then maybe there's a motion. You know, and I know I'm beating the horse and it's dead, but this is a culture shift, you know, and I think we got to keep that in mind, that we are saying, we hear the public outcry for more career and technical ed from our secondary education system, and we've got to do what we can and write public policy and advocate to the legislature to support that. We are a representation of all the laws from Congress to the Mississippi legislature to our rules and regulations book to, you know, ensure we're following those laws, you know, correctly. So we're a representation of that, and to the degree that we can get laws and budget set in place that we can represent that public outcry, the better. So
Because currently, we get no money from the legislature for CTE, none.
Huge public demand, zero. I mean, that's the problem.
That's right.
The CTE funds that come in, there's a.
Well, that's the add-on, but I'm talking about line item,
Directed,
like we've had,
designated.
designated money, we've not
Yeah,
had any of
and
that.
flexibility for MAEP to be used for career and technical ed. I mean, that's what we're talking about. It's $2.6 billion. You know, 99.99% of it, you know, is not career and technical ed. So I don't want to
That's
get down
what
that
we're
rabbit
talking
hole.
about.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Ms. Dr.
I hope it's appropriate. I would like to hear from Dr. Wright how she feels about this proposal.
Well, you know, and I appreciate Dr. Dean making the statement that he made at the beginning, because when we sat here and listened to the charge from the board, and staff went back to come up with the original proposal, it was because we were getting basically zero, and we looked at all the state splits, we looked at the national average, and that was really our original proposal, which we brought to you earlier, and that would have created a 10% reserve and a split that was closer to the national average. So in conversations that I know that Dr. Dean and Mr. Suggs have been involved in with community colleges and with Nathan and staff, we were trying to obviously come up with a compromise of some kind. And that's the reason, you know, I feel so strongly about us having a reserve, because that is really the only money then that we would have control over, based on what this labor market analysis is going to be feeding us around future, to your point, Rosemary, what the state needs, you know, and then developing academies accordingly across to what the state needs. So, you know, and to bring up the point that we don't get money designated from the state for CTE. This is the only money that we would have control over in terms of future development of CTE programs. So we feel strongly about having the reserve so that we can better respond to the needs of the state. And we've not been able to do that thus far. Because when you push out all the money, you lose all the control. When you push out the money, you have zero control.
But is 7% enough? I mean,
Well,
there's never
no.
enough. I know,
30%.
Yeah.
but is it, I mean, there's quite a few states that have 10%.
Yeah, I know.
I have no idea what the cost of these programs are.
They're
Setting
very
up
expensive.
Academies, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, and I can do, Dr. Kelly and I had a conversation because he's building a state-of-the-art, tech center in Gulfport. And, the beauty of that is that you've got companies that are also willing to donate some of this expensive equipment. And that's really the cost of it. It's not so much in staff as it is in equipment.
It's the capital investment.
It is the capital investment. And so that's the reason we came with the original recommendation, so that we would have the ability to do that. But recognizing we do need to be partners and partners in good faith with our community colleges. It's a little bit of a tug because we're trying to respond to what the board wants, what we know the state needs for K-12. That's not to say that the community colleges aren't providing an amazing job of what they're doing. That goes without saying. But with the little infusion of money that we have, that's a concern. We would be hard pressed without any funds to meet your expectations.
Mr. Suggs.
So I'm going to read this so I don't mess this one up. This one's a delicate topic here. I move, from a motion perspective, that we set aside the 7% reserve for secondary career academy programs. Of the remaining funds in the local distribution formula, I propose that we move from 53% to 47% split. That's the current. That has been used in the prior years to a 57% to 43% split for secondary and post-secondary programs.
Okay, there's a motion, and if there's a second, we'll get to discussion.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. So just to be clear, what we're saying, we're adding the 7% for the reserve. The current split's 53-47, and we're moving that to 57-43. So to that formulaic distribution, that increases, and then the reserve comes out for us to use for career academies. There's a motion and a second. Additional discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your efforts, Dr. Oakley. All right, now for something on a completely different note, let's talk about our super awesome graduation rates. Cue the boogie woogie music.
That's exactly right.
Good morning.
Morning.
Item 2 is a report of our 2020 graduation rates for state, district, and school levels. In accordance with federal guidance, the 2020 graduation rates and dropout rates have been calculated following the 4-year adjusted cohort method. So what you have before you today is the graduation rates for students that entered the 9th grade for the first time during school year 2015-2016, and of course, we're seniors of 2018-2019. And so these rates that you have before you today are the rates that you will see, of course, in the accountability results in the fall of 2020.
And you have this PowerPoint in your folder and the
I'm sorry,
backup, some other additional backup.
So, in your folder, you do have the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Burrow will present. And you also have a document that we added yesterday thinking that it might be helpful. It's a list of the graduation rates by district, by school. You generally don't see this until you see the fall accountability results. What we've produced in the past is the report that was provided to you last week with your backup materials in board book. And if you noticed, it first initially was posted with a draft watermark, and that was because the districts have an appeal period, and that window did not close until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, the day that the board materials were due. So it was reposted without the draft watermark, but it is the same report initially provided. If you have any questions regarding the document that we've provided for you with the district rates for each high school within the district. We'll be happy to entertain those questions as well. So at this time, I will turn over the presentation to Alan to walk through the PowerPoint.
Okay, I'm excited to present to you the graduation rates for this year. This, of course, is a culmination of all the work that we do leading up to making sure that students are ready for college and career. Specifically addresses, well, it impacts several goals, but specifically number 2, that every student graduates from high school and is ready for college and career. So we calculate graduation rates in accordance with Mississippi Code, which basically states that we'll use the federally defined 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. So this is graduation rates for students that entered the 9th grade 4 years ago, starting in the 2015-2016 school year, and these students would have walked across the stage, if you will, this past May. And we will use these graduation rates for accountability this year in 2020 as we lag our graduation rates by 1 year. Now, when we report graduation rates on the federal side, we only report graduates. That's the only indicator that they are looking for. But we also calculate in Mississippi a dropout rate, which we report out, and then there's completers and students that are still enrolled. Completers, anyone that receives anything other than a traditional high school diploma. Still enrolled students, or maybe students that have an IEP, they stay on in the 5th year. And then this is an adjusted cohort in the sense that students can transfer in or out of the cohort over the 4-year period, and that those transfers are taken into account in these cohort graduations calculations. So this is my graphic showing a graduation rate increase over the past 6 years. We've increased another percentage point to 85%. I apologize that my graphics are not as beautiful as the ones in the publication here. I need to work on that.
We may need to reach out to help.
But exciting data nonetheless. The last graduation rate that was reported by the federal government was the end of January this past year and was at 84.6%. So for now, at least, we're above the national average. We expect the federal department to report an updated rate end of this month like last year, and we'll see what that's going to be.
But that rate still lags 1 year behind our rate.
Yes, that's right.
So just to be clear, because I mean, this is the big headline. We know it's currently 84.6, and there's going to be in 2 weeks an updated number, even though it's last year. So it's 2 different cohorts. But when that number comes out, will you please, let us know right away? Because that really, to me, is, are we above the national average? That's the big headline. So right. 2 weeks from now, we'll get that final.
That's right.
Okay.
And it'll be, you'll see it in the national news when that comes out typically.
Great.
So hopefully it'll be about the same time. And then, like Dr. Vanderford said, that they're reporting rates out that we reported last year. Right. So, and our dropout rate over the past 6 years headed in the right direction at now at 9.7%. It's hard to compare, I'll just say, it's hard to compare a national dropout rate to our state dropout rate because at the national level they don't calculate it the same way. At the national level, they're looking at what percentage of students have not achieved a diploma or some type of post-secondary credential by the age of, I believe it's 25. So just a little different. They don't report dropout rates in the same way we do. Okay, and then this has our graduation and dropout rates disaggregated by subgroups. These are the subgroups that we report on based on our ESSA plan. Just a note, I didn't have at least 10 with a migrant status, so I don't have that migrant, non-migrant comparison there. And again, all of this information is going to be in the report that you have and that will be posted to the website.
One quick question, and I looked through it, I didn't see it, I might have overlooked it, but I'm very interested in the historic trend. That's, good data, but, for example, if one subgroup, is going way up or way down, that's interesting and important. So
So I do want to, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was looking to see if there was a particular slide, because there had been, I think, in the report. I really want to highlight the grad rate for students with disabilities. It is now at 42%. That is huge for our state, huge. I believe in 13, I think we were somewhere around 22.3%.
That's amazing.
So this speaks volumes about what our teachers and our leaders are doing with students who have disabilities. So that one, we really should be very, very proud of. Last year, I think we were 34 or 35. I
Amazing.
think you're right, Ron.
Yeah, those are the sort of things, again, just.
That's right.
You know, I know we're all inundated with data, but showing, you know, historic trends, especially I like how you do the top 5 and bottom 5 so that you can see, you know, those success stories to celebrate. Thank
I'll
you.
remember that for next year.
Okay, so we do mask data for graduation rates in the low end at 5%, and then for dropout rates, the high end at 95%. But this just kind of shows our highest district observation and our lowest district observation, and our highest district observation for dropout rates and lowest. And this is a distribution of the district graduation rates. So this is just showing a count of the described districts for each of these ranges. So 87 had a graduation rate between 80% and 89.9%. And same thing for dropout rates. And also, I think it's important to point out that when we're talking about, in this report, districts, state special schools are also reported as a district, so they're included in these counts. And you'll see that in some of these slides regarding the highest and lowest rates. So highest graduation rate, Mississippi School for the Arts, 100%. Mississippi School for Math and Science, going down, Enterprise School District. In the interest of time, I won't read all of those, but these are also in your report. Top 10 districts with our lowest dropout rates, and in the case that there's a tie, we report those as a repeated rank. So you'll see that we have 3 at 6. So to be in the top 10 for dropout rate, you need to be at 3.6 or less. And the bottom 10 districts, so these are our lower performing districts for lowest graduation rates. Oakley Youth Development Center up there at the top, that's under the Department of Human Services, so one of those special schools that we report. And then our bottom 10 districts with the highest dropout rates.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
This is something I probably ought to know, but since you highlighted it, the students who go to Oakley, do they graduate from Oakley, or do they graduate from their local school district where they should be attending?
It depends on their placement. They do have a program. I mean, they are accredited and have.
Okay.
They can award a diploma.
Okay.
For students that are assigned there long-term.
Okay, do you have any questions about this information or the reports that you have?
Sucks.
Obviously, this is really good news for us. We're chomping at our bits to do a cartwheel, stand up and do a jumping jack or something. Outstanding results. I have a quick question for you. On our trajectory over the last 3 to 4 years or 5 years for Mississippi, are we compared to other states, is our trajectory in the top 10, or are we?
Good question.
It would be nice to see how we compare on our improvement rate versus the.
Kind of like the NAEP.
Just like the NAEP kind of thing. It'd be nice to see that.
Yeah, I don't know that we've looked at that data that way.
Yeah, we can, but let
Okay.
us take a look at that.
Okay. And I should know this, but I don't. The bottom 10 districts, as an example, or schools, are we considering some special activity to help, or how do we strengthen the bottom portion?
Nathan, you might want to talk about either our participation with CCSSO and Johns Hopkins University that we've been working with. Good question.
So within our ESSA plan, we do identify schools for comprehensive support improvement based on graduation rate. If it's less than, I think it's a 2/3 graduation, 67% grad rate, they are identified. We're working with a group of schools right now to address kind of the design of their high school programs, their graduation rate issues, instructional programming, what they're doing in their school. That work is through Sandra Robertson's office, but working with Johns Hopkins, as well as the National Dropout Prevention Center, and a project with the Council of Chief State School Officers. Those teams from those schools are looking at their specific data, looking at potential factors that are contributing to that, and trying to address those.
Other comments, questions? I just make one point that I want to highlight on the highest graduation rates. I'm sure we all saw it. Number 5, South Delta. Number 8, Tunica. So
That's great.
you know, boy, I get really excited when I see data like that, and I want to, digest it a little bit more. But there's nothing that says who we historically and traditionally think, can't do it. There's no reason that they can't. I mean, here is quantifiable evidence that those districts who have the most challenges are rising up to adult expectations. And I know it's about leadership. I know it's about parents and students, but I didn't want us to just roll past this without pushing pause and recognizing some of these districts that, are challenged, are rising up to the expectations and to the occasion, and are a top 10 school district for high school graduation in the state of Mississippi. And that should be, absolutely applauded. And whatever they're doing, we need to export it, not only to the Delta, but to every school district that's in that, bottom 10. So, hats off to them. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? All right, since history's next, I'm going to go ahead and break us for lunch, since that's going to take a minute. I'll ask that we come back at 12:40. That's 50 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a lunch break and come back, see you in 50
minutes.
I think that's the right amount of time.
Wasn't quite what I had in mind, but it's on. Okay, Paula, now, you want to start again and lean into the mic?
So just as a reminder, we do have a new U.S. history assessment that has been developed and is being administered during the 1920 school year. Despite the board's decision to keep or eliminate the U.S. history assessment, it will be administered. It was administered in the fall, will be administered again in the spring, and it will be included in the 2020 accountability results. And following precedents, we plan to allow districts to take the higher of the two, the U.S. history proficiency from the previous year, from 19 accountability, or for 20 accountability. And so we're really excited about the design of the new assessment. We have technology enhanced items, and hopefully the design of the new assessment will change some of the mindset that the U.S. history is nothing more than a reading comprehension assessment. But of course, you have to be able to read in order to take the assessment, but it is a new design as well. Going back briefly, I won't give all the information, but since we have Senator Collins that has joined us, we'll give just a little bit of history from the November the 7th, 2019 board meeting when this first became before the board. At that time, in your backup material, you were provided a copy of all the public comments, and this month we did not reprint or provide in PDF format those comments. But just to recap, the Commission on School Accreditation on October the 19th granted approval to move this item forward to the State Board for consideration of whether or not to begin the APA process for the consideration of the elimination. The Commission on School Accreditation did not make a decision one way or the other. It was only to grant permission to submit to the board to begin the APA process. The APA process was opened for public comment through October of 22nd of 2019. We received 108 comments at the time. 27 comments opposed the elimination of the assessment. 42 comments were in favor of eliminating the assessment, and 39 of the comments were unclear as to what position they were taking or were off topic. So just to cite a few examples, because we were asked the question in subcommittee this morning, some examples cited as reasons for opposing the elimination of the assessment was one, that if the assessment were eliminated, it would give the impression that other subjects are more important than U.S. history. The one talked about funding, that U.S. history departments usually have less funding than some of the other departments, and if the assessment were eliminated, there's fear that there would be further cuts in funding. The assessment holds teachers accountable for teaching the U.S. history standards. The elimination of the assessment would make U.S. history less important in our schools. Keeping the assessment adds both value and accountability to the course, as well as accountability for the teachers and students. The assessment ensures that all students in Mississippi understand the essential elements and standards associated with the course and the mastery of the content. The breadth of knowledge acquired in the course is imperative for the understanding and appreciation of being a U.S. citizen. And eliminating one end-of-course assessment would not result in the kind of changes that are being demanded regarding the current culture of state testing in Mississippi. And we'll talk a little bit about this later on, there are numerous policy decisions that would have to be made prior to eliminating the assessment. Now, on the 42 comments that were in favor of eliminating the assessment, some of those reasons, or the rationale cited, was if the tests were eliminated, teachers could focus more on teaching events rather than trying to prepare the students for the assessment. The end-of-course assessment would not necessarily, if eliminated, have to be a requirement for graduation. The assessment is more, as I mentioned earlier, a reading test, and therefore students that struggle with reading comprehension struggle with passing the assessment. students are tested too much, and colleges are not concerned about the U.S. History end-of-course assessment. They're more concerned about the ACT. The ACT does not assess U.S. history knowledge and content. It would save money by eliminating one of the tests. The U.S. history test is not required by federal regulations. The U.S. history assessment is extremely stressful for students, and this elimination of the test would relieve some of the stress for both teachers and students. And that eliminating the history assessment would increase our graduation rate, and then we wouldn't have to worry about retest opportunities for students that did not pass the test. So as you can see in the board item, and we'll come back to that, the agency's position has not changed from the request that we made in the November meeting. So our position is that the board should not eliminate the U.S. history assessment, and we should continue to assess students and have that as one of our end-of-course requirements. And we can come back and visit those points later. But at the November 7th meeting, if you recall, the board charged us with going back to the Accountability Task Force and asking the task force, if the test were to be eliminated by the board, what would happen with the 50 points that are currently designated with U.S. history in the model? Ms. Altman attended a task force meeting as a member, a board member representative, and she may want to speak to that. But after lengthy conversations and debates, the recommendation of the board, adhering to the request of, the recommendation of the Accountability Task Force, adhering to the request of the state board, and considering the fact that we did not want to have to reestablish the cuts as a result of the recommendations, would be to move the 50 points associated with the U.S. history assessment to the science component. Currently, each are worth 50 points of the 1,000 points for schools with grade 12, and we would just simply make the science component 100 points rather than 50. That one would be consistent with what we do with schools without a grade 12 in elementary and middle schools. Currently, that science component is worth 100 points. And then two, we looked at a lot of impact data, and since the proficiency rates are fairly consistent between U.S. history and the biology assessment, it would not disrupt the accountability system to do that. So therefore, the recommendation was simply to use the 50 points in U.S. history with the science component, and if that is the only change that's made and recommended through the work of the Accountability Task Force and, of course, approved by the board to our accountability system, that would not result in the need to reset the cuts.
Okay. Questions, comments?
So the charge to the task force was not, there wasn't an opinion coming out of there about the state, whether to eliminate. The charge of the task force was to, what would it look like if we were to
If you eliminate.
adjust the score?
Right. Now, Ms. Altman and Alec and those MD staff members that were present at the meeting, I mean, they did get off topic a little bit and talk about whether or not we should get, and we just kept circling back. That's a State Board of Education decision, whether to eliminate or to continue to administer, and that's not the decision for you to make, but the task force was great and certainly respected that. But it's hard not to have that conversation, because some of the rationale that we have for the continuance of the administration was that we have a new assessment that's been redesigned. The end-of-course assessment has the second highest pass rate and proficiency rate of the 4 high school end-of-course assessments, which was very shocking to a lot of people when we produced that data. The majority of the comments in favor of eliminating the U.S. history test just fail to provide compelling rationale for the elimination of the assessment, and in many cases contain some inaccurate information. And in general, the comments in favor of eliminating the U.S. history assessment just referenced an overall concern about too much testing. And we talked a little bit about this in the accountability subcommittee this morning, because when the accountability task force talked about it, you know, one part of the conversation was, well, if it were eliminated, it would be one less test that a student would have to take. But then we moved on to another topic and subject, and a conversation was adding another test back to go into the system. So then we would actually not be eliminating a test. And
But
then
their charge, to answer Mr. Barrett's question, their
Yeah.
charge was
Oh.
strictly just, what do we do with the 50 points if you eliminate the test? That was it. So that's one of the reasons that they looked at the results and the proficiency rates from the other areas, so that we would know what would be and they looked at a lot of impact data to make the recommendation that is coming to you today.
Sure. I do think that it was, Rosemary, I would like to hear from
go ahead, yeah.
that part of it, from your role on, and sitting in on that task force. But my understanding was we really didn't get an opinion from the commission. It came straight to us. Is that correct?
that's correct.
So we really didn't get opinion from the task force on elimination either. We just got
No.
a charge to go in. So you really don't have an opinion from either one of those groups as to whether we should eliminate the task force, I mean, the
Yeah,
the
they
U.S.
did
history
the
test.
charge, which was, if you should eliminate it, what are we going to do with these 50 points, knowing that we can't change the cut score? We don't want to
And
change
they
the
wanted to
cut
go to, well, we should or shouldn't eliminate it, but we had to gear them back to their task. So
Well,
we-
the conversation morphed around into a lot of different areas, but yes, some were for it, some were for eliminating, and some on the task force, the lady I was sitting next to kept
I
saying.
guess what I'm saying is
So-
we usually have a process that comes up through that we get an opinion
Yeah.
of coming through the process, whether through commission, through task force. And in my understanding, we don't have an opinion from either one of those as to whether to eliminate or not.
No, Dr. Vanderford made it and Dr. made it very clear that it's this board's decision.
So we
only.
didn't get the opinion, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Ms. Altman, but we did not get opinion from the commission or the task force, but that was the public purpose of the APA process
right.
for the public. And we did get 108 comments that I summarized, but many administrators and superintendents, you know, told MDE staff that, you know, they just didn't feel comfortable, you know, commenting during that process because there are so many changes that have to be made. One that the board discussed is the accountability system, but then we have the issue and policies around graduation requirements. We have the issue around the resubmission or the revisions of our ESSA plan and having to have that ESSA plan revised and reapproved. I mean, so the decision to eliminate impacts more than just the accountability system. I know seems to be the focus of the field somewhat, but there are a lot of policies that we would have to bring back to the board for consideration.
Dr. Ely.
I should ask you to speak, sorry. I'm just concentrating on this. Remind the board, especially you, where this all started from. How did we start down this path? There was a task force that formed.
Yes, ma'am. It was we had a testing task force that worked over, and Ms. Guilfoyle could address that, but worked over, it was led by another program office within the agency, worked over a period of 18 months that just looked at all aspects of statewide testing, what was required by the federal regulations, what was required by state law, and then what was required by state board policy. And basically, at the end of the day, the U.S. history assessment is the only one that doesn't fall in one of those categories that we could potentially eliminate.
I just thought everybody should be reminded how it happened.
Dr. Dean, I think, if my number's correct, in the information that Dr. Vanderford gave us at the task force meeting, there were only 33 students statewide last year. Am I correct with that number? That would have been impacted by this test as far as graduation is concerned before they retested, before they had the opportunity to retest, or they had other pathways to graduation.
Yeah, and so, yeah, as you know, we have multiple options, but someone had raised the question and Deborah Donovan, had done the research for us. But the question was, how many students in the state failed to graduate as a result of only not passing the U.S. history exam? And that number, I do believe, Ms. Altman, I don't have it in front of me, was
Sure, it was 33.
students.
But they also didn't qualify for graduating under any of the other options. So I think that's important to note.
Yeah, oh, that's
It wasn't
true,
just
yes.
the history.
It was any option,
Any
yeah.
option. So not only did they not pass the history, but they didn't meet the qualifications of
For
any of
any
those other
other
options. Right.
And then, of course, we have a number of students that lack one or more, but the question posed was just the U.S. history assessment only.
Okay, other thoughts? Dr. Keller, do you have something?
No, I'm
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Okay, so,
That,
clarification.
okay.
Our motion would be to continue the assessment or
I
just
think the motion
nothing?
should be,
Affirm?
well, saying the motion would be to remove the test as opposed to keep the test, because you're doing something different, because you're putting a question, yes, I want to remove the test. So I think the motion should be
The
put that.
elimination of the test.
Yeah, the motion should be around eliminating the test, not keeping the test.
Well,
Yes, sir.
the way it's styled here in the background material is recommendation denial, which I think if I were to translate that, it means that you would deny the recommendation to remove U.S. history.
Okay.
And keep it in the curriculum.
That's correct.
Is that right?
The way the
Yes.
item is worded is to revise State Board Policy 36, Rule 36.4, assessments required for graduation.
Motion be to
And
deny
that's
that.
to approval to deny. And then it would be page 3, if you approve the revisions, the red would be eliminated, which would be eliminating the U.S. history.
Okay.
But we're
Don't
asking.
confuse us.
Let's just stick with the motion.
To Dr. Kelly's point, the motion needs to be made on the staff's
recommendation. That's
recommendation,
right.
which is
To deny.
to
Deny
deny
the revision.
removing the test.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
We
so
got that.
are we clear? Because I don't want any errant votes because of misunderstanding. So a motion to accept staff's recommendation to deny removing the U.S. history tests from the slate of tests. So someone needs to make that motion.
Also move.
Okay? So motion and a second. So all in favor of affirming the staff's position to not remove the U.S. history test, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So what that means is the U.S. history test stays.
Yep.
Whew, that was a lot of carrying on for that quick motion. We've
Okay.
spent hours on that.
We spent a lot of time on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moving right
Dr. Gavin, I'll ask you to come up for approval of MDE contracts, action item number 4.
Good afternoon. We have 2 contracts coming before you today for approval. The first one is is item 4A, and is for the renewal of a contract with SNS Management Group to perform security services at the department at the Mississippi School for the Deaf and Blind, and that is a year 3 of this contract, and it is for the same amount that it was last year.
Any questions? Okay, we'll, I think we got a little bit shorter list, so we'll just take these one at a time.
Okay.
A motion, there's a motion to approve action item 4A, the contract with SNS Management Group.
So move.
There's a motion with the second. Any discussion? Hear none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Number 4B.
Okay, action item 4B is for the approval of pupil transportation equipment bids, and this is for the school districts.
Okay. Any questions on this? You have the backup material to review. Do I need a motion to approve the pupil equipment transportation equipment bid contract?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Oakley, you're next.
These next two, excuse me, were originally on the consent agenda, and I just requested before the final agenda went out that we move them to discussion. I think, anybody that's paying attention, knows what the ESA educational scholarship account is. Know that it will most likely be a debated topic in the education world over at the legislature. So what we've done again, and for the benefit of folks, we've set this up set up this discussion by trying to create a policy that upholds the letter of the law, went out for public comment, and have now proposed what this would be our adoption of that final policy. So any changes that we would make would then go back out necessarily to public comment. So not necessarily. Okay. Please.
Okay. So this item 5, is coming back from public comments for final adoption, for establishment of the policy. We did bring this policy forward to you back in the fall, and as a result of the public comments process, have made some adjustments and edits. In your backup, you will see the list of comments as well as responses, and then starting on page 24 of your backup, you will see the revised policy, both red line and the clean final version. The Education and Scholarship account, you are all familiar with it, is in place. It's been in place for a number of years now, and this policy is going into play to govern the application, approval, reimbursement, and cancellation process for these ESA accounts. The edits are being made based on the public comments that we received. This is a process that we use as a board regularly, and we take those comments, look at those, consider the feedback, and make tweaks to make our policies and process is stronger. A number of the edits are based on clarifications for mid-year application and being able to reimburse for costs connected to if there's scholarships that go unused in the fall and folks are not submitting reimbursements and we end up notifying of cancellation and make those funds available to other families, there's a process there by which they would be able to apply, submit for reimbursement, and recoup those costs. We've also clarified some language around eligible schools and keeping a list of those so that parents would know which schools are eligible currently within the state. We also have been working closely with Office of Technology and Strategic Services to try to transition what is currently a manual pencil paper mail kind of process for the application to a more streamlined approach. John Craman's team has been working with our staff from special ed, looking at some platforms in other states and trying to come up with a solution that would ease that process for application and reimbursement requests for parents.
Can we use the management fee that we get to do the online? Is that
so within the ESA law? I think it's a 6% allowance for operational costs that we've used within the department, and we would be able to use a portion of that to help with the development and release of that. Yes.
Yeah, and one of the concerns I've heard, and I read a lot of the APA comments and have had a lot of phone calls and conversations. I know this is obviously a high-profile issue, is the turnaround time to resolve issues. And I was saying to someone earlier, of the 1,000 things that you have to do, this is one. And there's, I think, a few ways that we can be better stewards of the money and better customer service agents. To the degree that that's required. Part of it's the online process, and John's got his hands absolutely full. But I don't know that this is a part of a MSIS redesign that takes a long time, or if there's a existing vendor that does this for other states that we could say, here's the management fee. We keep some for oversight. We don't want to outsource all of all of this, but if a way to make your life easier and everybody's life easier, that's something we should be doing. So you mentioned it, but what's the timeline?
So we have given some thought to that. We met I think late in the fall with special ed and OTSS together, laying out these project outlines. And I don't have a specific timeline right now. The challenge we've got, we've tried to build this, and initially the discussion was trying to build this to be able to link up directly to Magic and that reimbursement process. We've looked at a couple of other states that are using projects or vendors to do this and have not been able to find one that was a turnkey solution for us as a state. And so we're really having to build from the ground up. John, do you have some more specific details on that? He's not in here. Okay.
Yeah. He's at another committee meeting.
That's right.
Okay.
But that work is ongoing between our special ed and OTSS team.
Two other points that I would make. I don't want to create more committees or task force or anything to obstruct or, further slow down anything. But and sometimes they're useful. And I don't know that this is the best idea, but it's an idea I want you to think about and maybe let's talk about before our next meeting on the 20th. And that's creating a lay board or an advisory board who can be a monthly convened group that hears some of these concerns that I think, different associations and groups around the state are handling. And we're getting a lot of unnecessary bad press or hits or whatever because, we're not quick enough, in responding, which is fair on one hand because, these are individuals who have, challenges that need to be met right now. But on the other hand, it's on a mountain of work that has to be done. So, I don't, like I said, this is not a die in a ditch issue, but certainly one I want you to think about and get back to me. My next meeting is creating a 5-member board that will be the recipient of all these concerns, complaints. Here's how you can do it better. That gives you, their best advice on what to do within a timely manner so that you've got a go-to group. And whatever that looks like, I don't really, care that much. But I just think we owe it, to these parents who are, trying to get their children to the best spot educationally possible to not, delay for whatever reason. That's no deep criticism. I just think there might be a better way to handle that.
And some of the language in the policy actually came out of a similar discussion.
Okay.
And so we've had a couple of times we've met with folks from across the street as well as from Empower to help to formulate, where they were hearing concerns on their side to try to come up with strong policy to outline timelines and processes. I will tell you a lot of we get new questions every day, new kinds of requests for different kinds of activities, new challenges that are coming out of the use of these funds by Parents for Educational Services. And so in a lot of these cases, we're having to kind of, again, circle up and say, well, what does the law say? Do we see this as allowable? Do we not? And so it's a ever-evolving landscape.
I get it. And like I said, the last thing I'd ever want to do is create another layer that makes it more complicated. So I'm just asking for your recommendation on February 20th. Is it a good idea? If so, who should be on it and how it would all work? If you say it's a bad idea, done. I mean, honestly, I feel like if there's a group that's, knows that law and, advised appropriately and says, here are the 14 things we heard this month and the resolution, I want to be seen as, trying to, effectuate the policy and the law and the funds as distributed. Last thing I have is a little more controversial. I read in the new policy a provision that would require the parent to get the district's approval if they can't find a suitable public school education facility within 30 miles or something. They can go out of state. So when I read the law says, it's the parent who turns that in. We've created something that says, you've got to go to the district and the parent gets that from the district and turns it in. So there's kind of a two-part question. Is that, does it meet the letter of the law? Is it too onerous, on the parent to, go through this process? What if the district takes 6 months? It's questions like that. So help me walk through the rationale and why we do that. If there's
that language is not in the red line. That was in the policy that went forward back in the fall. Looking at the language here, but that came from legal here with looking at the concern over district free appropriate public education and the district providing notification to parents and potential liability there.
Is it possible to put a timeline to the districts? I've heard stories, and I don't investigate whether they're true, but I believe them that sometimes these districts take a very long time to get information back, and meanwhile kids are struggling for all the reasons we know. Is it possible to add something that says something reasonable?
Like
I don't know.
Within a 3-week period or 2-week period,
right.
30 days or whatever the case might be.
And there's some penalty,
there has to be a response.
Because I get it. On the one hand, you want to have the districts, have a say. But on the other hand, if they're taking forever, that's bad for the parents who we're trying to serve. But if there's some, deadline for that, I think that's probably a pretty fair compromise.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Answer his comment.
So does 30 days seem appropriate to you as a board?
I mean, I can't believe anybody can't turn something
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah, I
you know,
would
one,
think so.
one student, you know, I mean, so I recommend 30 days. I mean, if there's some reason that's, you know, a problem, then we can revisit that.
I can add that language before, if y'all want that to be in there, I can place that in. If you want that in your recommendation, we can make that edit.
Ms. Altman, Dr. Kelly, and I think Senator Collins wants to speak.
Several of these letters reference a specific center that they sent their child to and then found out it wasn't accredited. How do we go, explain what's accredited and what's not, how we get to the point of a facility being accredited? I mean, I understand another school or a private school, but some of these other learning centers.
So we would be looking at accreditation either by the state or by a regional accrediting agency.
So they-
Sachs Casey would be
Yeah,
one that would
okay.
that comes to mind that's around.
Gotcha.
And then the school could have a provisional letter of accreditation from such an agency or could be approved by the Department of Education.
So they
would have to go through an accreditation
Yeah, they have to go through
process.
a process. Okay.
Dr. Kelly?
Remind the board, probably I'm the only one that don't remember, but remind us of how much money went into this account for last school year and what percentage of it was actually picked up and spent.
So in recent years, this was, I think, a $3 million.
$3 million was the initial amount.
Initial amount. And for this year, they did bump some additional funds into this project, and it's a $5 million amount this year. I want to say last year, I think the final draw was between 2/3 and 3/4 of the funds, maybe a little bit more than that, but there was some money that was left on the table that parents did not request reimbursement
Yeah,
for
we've had money left on the table every
each year. Does that sound right, Robin? Okay. Yeah, so one of the reasons we've strengthened the policy with these timelines for parents to provide reimbursement requests is to try to ensure that these funds go out to families that need them. So we actually sent some notifications of cancellation in the fall where we had parents that had received the scholarship, had not submitted required information, and so we're able to free up those funds and try to push out notification to other parents who were wanting to participate in the program.
And maybe the online automation will help speed that up.
And any funds that are left over from the previous year, are they rolled into the next year?
They revert back to the state.
They refer back to the state.
That'd be a good fix legislatively. I mean, if it's a process of, you know, there's a lag, people are getting the money, they realize they have to do a match, they turn it back in, but they can do it next year. I mean, to have to fight for it again, I don't know. We can talk about that later.
Well, once you're
Seems
in
wasteful.
and approved, you're in and approved.
And there is no match.
There isn't, no. And so they literally just get the money. The problem is there are people that have said, yes, I want it, and then have done nothing with it for like 6 to 8 to a year. And so you've got people on a waiting list. So that's the reason that we've then started sending letters and making calls saying, you said you wanted this, it's been 9 months, and we haven't received any reimbursements or the request for reimbursement, because those come in what, quarterly or monthly or whatever? And so
Quarterly
after
reimbursement.
2 or 3 quarters go by and there's been no request for funds, we want to make sure they're still going to use it. And if they say, yeah, I just haven't sent in my request, we're good to go. But we also have talked to parents that have just said, no, actually, I've decided not to use it. So we've been trying to figure out a way, and we've called, we've sent letters, to people that aren't taking advantage of it, that said they wanted it, so that we can give it to people
And these
who are needing it.
timelines and adjustments
Right.
came out of the conversation with legislators and with
Right.
Yeah, I
staff.
misspoke by using the word match. I meant, and this is true, there's a cap, and then you might want to send your child somewhere, and you have to come up with the delta.
That's correct.
And I said
That's
match.
correct.
You've got the money, you've been approved, but you can't afford the difference, and so you have to send it back, and it's probably a small amount. That's the word I meant. Senator Collins, do you want to comment?
I was not going to comment on anything today. I just think it's very interesting that I was the author of this.
Yes, you were.
And so I happen to know just a little bit about it. And of course, I do have a comment or two. First of all, I'm very happy to know that MDE is wanting to rectify the situation of it not being parent-friendly online, and whatever you can do to have that portal established immediately for our parents, I think is essential. And it could be that some of that inability to negotiate that has been the reason for some money lying on the table. I don't know that. But I do know that the parents have called me, and I mean, I don't know, I'm thinking, goodness, I'm out of this, but I'm not. So that's the one thing. I'm very glad you're going to rectify that, and I would just encourage you to do it urgently because there are people that desperately need it. The other thing is, and I wrote this down when I realized that we were going to do it, the ESA funds, it was, I can say 100%, I'm sure, that the legislative intent of this law was to include the provision to give the families the ability to move their child immediately. And it was to have the parents, have the lead to say, there is nothing that can help my child. And they would be able to do that. And that is, the parent would verify in writing, and they would be the ones to decide that. Now, I know that there probably are some people that would say, well, the district needs to have that final say. But that was not the intent of the law, and this law passed. And I would say that for parents with special needs children, they've already lived through knowing what works and what doesn't work, the majority of cases. And when you get into the district, the people tell me that the experience sometimes with due process is lengthy, and it's costly, and it is not an easy thing for the family or the parent. Now, I would like to tell you a very short story. This is why we did the ESA bill. It was just one person's thing. And her name was Erica. She was from Tishomingo County. She was born with Usher syndrome, which is a nurse. I know that you are born blind and going deaf. She was able, her mother, they were poor. Her Usher syndrome is a hereditary disease, and she got it from her uncle, great uncle, I believe, and her grandfather. This is all coming through her mother. Her mother met me because she wanted somebody to know the story of Erica. Erica was 4 years old when she was placed in public schools in Tishomingo County, and they really did not know what to do with her. Her mother immediately tried to negotiate and say, she needs this, she needs this, she needs this. And she went through all the steps, and at age 15, Erica could not speak the English language. She understood some of it, but she had guttural speech. She could not read Braille, and she did not know American Sign Language. And her mother knew she had intelligence because she was able to iron at home. She was able to follow some instructions, able to cook some things. But they could not get the help. She got it her, on her own money is what I understand. They got an evaluation by Helen Keller's School for the Deaf and Blind in Connecticut, but no, Boston. But they could not get approval to send her there. At age 18, with 1 year left in her IDEA, she was allowed to go. And she spent 1 year there, and she was at the top of her class, but then she had to come home. And my nightmares are there are other Ericas. So I just think always we should err on the side of the parents unless there's abuse or unless there's something that is proved. And I do know that was the intent of the law, and I just, for additional requirements to be placed on parents that already are in dire straits, I don't think it's fair. But that's my opinion, and I appreciate you letting me speak and tell that story, because that's one story that won't leave.
Thank you very much for sharing that and personalizing. Sometimes these laws or, rules and regulations, we lose the personal, part of that. So thank you very much for sharing those background and that thought. Other questions on the ESA? One other thing popped up in my mind when we were going through this. I really appreciate the 30-day. I think that kind of speaks to what we were saying is, there's a balance between, us ensuring that the funds are properly used, but also putting the parents and the children first. My question is, once you've been awarded the ESA, do you have to reapply each year?
You remain eligible for it as long as you've got your appropriate documentation in place with your IEP, your service.
Okay, so
No.
Until age?
You have to know that because, you may be graduating, and so we have a recertification form, but once you're eligible, you're eligible.
Right. But you recertify, but if you recertify, you're automatically in.
You remain eligible on that list as long as you're recertified until you reach age 21.
And you have to maintain eligibility. Your IEP has to be reevaluated by the school district every 5. So those are things we have to check to ensure, and then we have to say to the parents.
Thank you. I have a kind of a specific question though. For those that are already using the funds for out of state, can we grandfather them in and not make them have to go through the permission of the school district?
Can add a line that says effective with the
Yeah.
2021 school year.
2021 school year.
Right, from this point
yeah.
forward, so you're grandfathered in. If you're already doing, what I'd hate to do is somebody's got it going on, they're comfortable, they're acclimated 2-3 years into it, and then it's like something's changed. So, okay, I think that's it for me on the ESA. This is huge. I think it's going to get more and more important, and we're going to be watching it closely on what happens with the legislature. But as the policy matures and changes and develops, we still have the ability to change the policy in a way that's serving parents and students the best while ensuring that the money's being spent to the letter of the law. Without any further questions, I will move on.
With those two edits.
Yes.
The 30 days.
Yes, and then follow up on the advisory board, and then keep us posted on the development of the online portal, because I think that solves 90% of our customer service challenges.
And you need a vote.
Oh, this is a vote, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, so the action item is to approve the policy.
Pardon me. Will there be an option for a non-online application? Because there may be a lot of these parents who don't have a computer or can't do an online portal, so.
Yeah,
Being one of them make me crazy. So I think they do have to have the option. We
Sure.
can't
We're
say
going
you
to have some
have to
kind of
apply
provision for
online.
that, yeah.
Anyway, that's.
No, that's
We'll
great. Great
be
point.
sure to handle that.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve the ESA policy as presented. And amended. Thank you.
So move.
Okay, there's a motion, second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hear none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. This next one, again, we could probably handle this one much more quickly. I, again, brought this out of the consent agenda just simply because I wanted to highlight any and everything that we're doing around computer science and IT. And I know these conversations are happening every single day in Dr. Oakley's office. So if you could just explain specifically 4 and 5 and 9 and how that impacts the career and technical ed efforts moving forward.
Yep. So CTE framework revision is an ongoing process for us as a state. We work closely with industry and business leads in the state to ensure that our frameworks are reflective of what they need and latest needs that they have. A number of frameworks coming out, but these courses, Cyber Foundations 1 and 2, as well as Information Technology, are middle grades and upper grades courses in the computer science continuum. As you know, we are working to implement computer science statewide by the 21-22 school year, so we're a couple of years out from having that in place statewide. But these courses were used for a period of time, and then we actually paused the adoption back in the spring on these spring of 19 on these courses, given feedback from the field. And so some of these edits are a result of feedback we got from from teachers and from folks that are working in this area that said we needed to make some tweaks to the content, to the timelines for the courses and the time spent on different content within these computer science courses. These did come back from public comments process without feedback from communities and from schools, and so we feel like we're in a good place given the development of these that we're bringing forward.
Okay. Just wanted to highlight that, make sure we didn't run past that too hard. It's a big issue, particularly for me. So any thoughts, questions? Okay, hear none. We do need a motion to approve the revised curriculum.
So moved.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hear none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll move to the consent agenda, and I'm not talking about anything other than just to say, if you hadn't had a chance to read tab A on the Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering Shipbuilding Academy, it's incredible. I mean, that's world-class stuff, and again, showing how Mississippi's leading in what the future workforce development will look like. So under the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G?
So moved.
Motion, what's the second?
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Hear none. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll now next go into the consideration of executive session.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to go into closed session for the determination of the need to go into executive session.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hear none. All those in favor of going into executive session signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Please clear the room. appointment of superintendent for Mississippi School for the blind and the deaf, Donna Sorensen. And we also did a discussion item, review of strategic plan as it relates to performance of the state superintendent. Any report on meetings attended? Any approval required for upcoming meetings? You know, some people, you know, are on boards that ain't nobody on the board that gets to eat clear.
There you go.
This is my
You
fifth year
look
in a
just
row to
like
get
Joe
this.
Burrow.
Here's the board you want to be on. I
In
like the
his
board I'm on.
toboggan.
He's got the beanie on.
I love it. Hey, it might be 70 degrees outside, but one team, baby.
So,
One
and
team.
I do apologize that you got your Christmas present on New Year's because they didn't deliver them on time. So Merry Christmas for being a little bit late, so.
Motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All those in favor, say for saying aye. Aye. We are.
All right.